प्रिय वो प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान जन प्रिय प्रिय करो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री विचारणै कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणै कल्पना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणै कनपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्य श्री चैतन्य कृपा परौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं चारणैकनुगुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकरम् Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ प्रेमा मनिधि वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेमा श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव सुखराज्य लक्ष्मी धनीश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे क्षतो करुणया मंडल पंचनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे क्षतो करुणया कौपीनकम् आस्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सून कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सून कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई दुर्बलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्रीजी तो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुफलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ श्रीगीतमालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नन्दन परम प्रेमामृतं महीधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमाचलौ पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन जगजुग तब पावले पाई चैतन्य कई रघुना युग जीव प्रभु गया करो सिया सिनीबा रमा चंद्र संग मागे गया करो सिया प्रभु सिनीबा रमा चंद्र संग मागे जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन गोविंद कृष्ण मदन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद जय राधे जय कृष्ण যমুনা জয় জয় মহাগঙ্গা জয় রাধে জয় কৃষ্ণ জয় বৃন্দাবন শ্রী গোবিন্দ গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন জয় রাধে জয় কৃষ্ণ জয় বৃন্দাবন শ্রী গোবিন্দ গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন বংশী বচন দাদা সখানম কৃষিঘাট বংশী বচন দাদা সখানম जहाँ जहाँ लीला कैला श्री नंद कैसी घाट दादा सखानम जहाँ सब लीला कैला श्री नंद श्री नंद जशोदा जय श्री नंद जशोदा जय जय गोपन श्रीदामदी जय जय धेनु अक्षरम Govinda Gopinath Bhagavan मंडल जय जय राम मंडल जय जय राधा जय जय रास लीला जय जय रास लीला सदमान जय जय रास जय सर्वरस भारती जाह्नवी पादपद्म पद्मा करिष्मा सदा हरे रास गाये दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन कान्हा रमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी परान धन मगन विपरान धन मदन मनहर कालिय गमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोपीपनन धन विपरान धन मदन मनहर कालिय गमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवन जन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाल जन पालन असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन सुंदर नंद गोपाल गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन सुंदर नंद गोपाल दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन राम ततचरा नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर मदन मनोहर आलिय दमन विधान रक्षामति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल रंजन रक्षामति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक कृपा गोपी वसन हार रास रसिक कृपा श्री राधा वल्लभ लीलावल रस श्री राधा वल्लभ लीलावल रस भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ मननत भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल रंजन रक्षमति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तं लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तं लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। आलोल चंद्रकलश वनमाल वंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणय कैली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तं लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविंदं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि। गोविंदं आदि आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमशु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तं लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मशु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरविपालयन्तं चिंतामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
संसार दावानल निरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाजन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानललीलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्च वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्च वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिवल्लभश्च वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनीललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्च वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः तस्तथा भावत एव सद्धि किन्तु प्रभुता प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुता प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् संसारधामानललितलोक प्राणायकार्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोक प्राणायकार्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् सती बोले जाग जाग नम गए गोरख मधु हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 गोरख मधु हरे मोने थाप दादा हरि बोले दक मोने थाप दादा हरि बोले दक दुखे जनक हरे नाम रे दुखे भूलन को दादा हरे नाम रे गाए गोरख हरे हरि नाम गाए गोरख मधु हरे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे हरि नाम गाए गोरख Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare जय राधा कलाचंजी राधा कलाचंजी राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधे जय जगन्नाथा बलदेवा जय सुभद्रा जय पंचतत्व जय पंचतत्व जय गौरनीताय जय गौरनीताय जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल। हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल। हरि 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 बोल। हरि बोल। हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल। गौर प्रेमानंदे। हरि बोल।
जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य स्तोत्र च श्री श्रीमद अभयचंद विंदाईसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी प्रभुपाद की जय। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य स्तोत्र च श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद ठाकुर की जय। आनंद कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य शिला हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की। श्री श्री राधा कालचंद धाम की जय। श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा सुदर्शन की जय। वृंदावन धाम की। नवदीप मायापुर धाम की। द्वारका मथुरा धाम की। पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की। गंगा माई यमुना माई की। भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की। सामवेद भक्त वृंद की। कलयुग पावन श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की। गौर प्रेमानंदे। ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories to श्री प्रभात की जय।
नहीं देखो जी क्यों नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रह्लादलाददायिने हिरण्यकाशीपूर्वक्षः शीलाटङ्कानकालाये इतो नरसिंहा परतो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंहा बाहे नरसिंहा हृदये नरसिंहा नरसिंहमदें शरणं प्रपद्ये तव करकमलवरेणाकाम् अद्भुतशृङ्गां दलिता तानुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नरसिंहदेव भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की
Yeah, but I can't sing and play, that's the thing. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Vrajjanaranjana Yashodanandana Vrajjanaranjana Jamunatira vanachari Jamunatira vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chaji Radha Kala Chaji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chaji Radha Kala Chaji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Premanande. Hare Krishna, dear devotees, basics of my humble obeisances, Sagar Shishi Guru and Gauranga Gosha Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, we'll do some invocation prayers. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramritam Jena Tasma Sri Guruve Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapidam Jena Budare Sham Rupam Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Shri Tapadakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishabham Shri Rupam Shagajatam Shagana Raghunatam Nitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Paijan Saitam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sagarita Shiva Shakavitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namoste Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishvanuste Devi Pranamami Haripriya Vanchakalpatarubhasha Kripa Sindhu Vacha Paitanam Pavane Bhavasham Vibho Namo Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri-Advaita Gadha Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, today we'll be reading from chapter 7, text 28. Ye samta antagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvanda moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridavata. Ye samta antagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvanda moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridavata. Yesham ta antagatam papam jananam punya karmanam tvedvanda moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridavrata. Translation: Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Those eligible for elevation to the transcendental position are mentioned in this verse. For those who are sinful, atheistic, foolish, and deceitful, it is very difficult to transcend the duality of desire and hate. Only those who have passed their lives in practicing in the regulated principles of religion, who have acted piously, and who have conquered sinful reactions can accept devotional service and gradually rise to the pure knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then, gradually, they can meditate in trance on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the process of being situated on the spiritual platform. This elevation is possible in Krishna consciousness, in the association of pure devotees, for in the association of great devotees one can be delivered from delusion. It is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.2 that if one actually wants to be liberated, must render service to the devotees, Mahat Sevam Dwaram Ahur Vimukte. But one who associates with materialistic people is on the path of leading to the darkest region of existence. Tamo Daram Yoshitam Sangi Sangam. All the devotees of the Lord traverse this earth just to recover the conditioned souls from their delusion. The impersonalists do not know that forgetting their constitutional position as subordinate to the Supreme Lord is the greatest violation of God's law. Unless one is reinstated in his own constitutional position, it is not possible to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or to be fully engaged in His transcendental loving service with determination. Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. So, very beautiful verse. I just want to read the translation one more time and try to make some points. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. So, very, very straight to the point and direct. Krishna is saying that anyone, that have acted piously in their previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated. So Krishna is saying, we have to let go of our sinful actions, and we should start, obviously it's not something that's easily done. It's not like, I'm just going to give up my sinful action. But that desire needs to be there. That sincere desire needs to be there to come to that point of, giving up, to surrendering to Krishna, and free from all dualities of delusion. And we cannot be delusional about it either. We have to sincerely know that Krishna is one and only, and there's no one above Him. And there's no one above Him, and He's the only one that can help us, that can guide us. He's our best friend. He's our only benefactor, and He will lead us to success, which is going back to Godhead. And just like that, these Krishna states that these are the devotees that they engage themselves in my service, meaning Krishna's service, with determination. So anyone that's completely surrendered has given up their whole to Krishna, knowing that through this medium they will go back to Godhead without a doubt. So it's very, very beautiful verse. And from this I want to also connect with this is something I was reading. It was Canto 1, Chapter 13, text. Well, basically, it was basically about Vidura and how he was. I would just read some of the text from that chapter. So it says in text 15, Vidura in his past life was basically, Vidura is actually Yamraj. And so it says in text 15, as long as Vidura played the part of a Sudra, being cursed by Manduka Muni, Aryama officiated at the post of Yamraj to punish those who committed sinful acts. Having won his kingdom and observed the birth of one grandson, competent to continue the noble tradition of his family, Maharaj Yudhishthira reigned peacefully and enjoyed common opulence in cooperation with his younger brothers, who were all expert administrators to the common people. So Vidura, although he was coming back to the position of a Sudra, it's still like he's still a Mahatma because he's also known as a Mahajan because of his piousness, his sattvic nature, his whole understanding of who is important in his life. Krishna, understanding that, and understanding Krishna to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and as well as serving exalted devotees such as Arjuna and the Pandavas, Queen Kunti. He saved them from so many places where they were being attacked by Dhritarashtra, and through all that, even after fighting for them, trying to save them, he still came back to Dhritarashtra, who was at that time still known as the king, because King Yudhishthira Maharaj was still very much, humble to his uncle. So he still continuously made him the king, and even at that time, after the Kurukshetra war, Yudhishthira Maharaj should have been the king in place, but because he continued to make Dhritarashtra the king, his uncle, out of just sheer love for his uncle, really, Vidura realized that, look, Dhritarashtra is under his enemies' territories and feeding under them, and Dhritarashtra is under his enemies' quarters, which is meaning Yudhishthira Maharaj's quarters, who he was against during the Battle of Kurukshetra, and so this is how Vidura states to Dhritarashtra. He says, "My dear king, please get out of here immediately. Do not delay. Just see how fear has overtaken you. This frightful situation cannot be remedied by any person in this material world. My lord, it is the Supreme Personality of God as eternal time, Kala, that has approached us all. Whoever is under the influence of Supreme Kala, eternal time, must surrender his most dear life, and what to speak of other things such as wealth, honor, children, land, and home. Your father, brother, well-wishers and sons are all dead and passed away. You yourself have expended the major portion of your life. Your body is now overtaken by invalidity, and you are living in the home of another. You have been blind from your very birth, and recently you have become hard of hearing. Your memory is shortened and your intelligence is disturbed. Your teeth are loose, your liver is defective, and you are coughing up mucus. Alas, how powerful are the hopes of a living being to continue his life. Verily, you are living just like a household dog and are eating remnants of food given by Bhima. There is no need to live a degraded life and subsist on the charity of those whom you tried to kill by arson and poisoning. You also insulted their married wife and usurped their kingdom and wealth. Despite your unwillingness to die and your desire to live even at the cost of honor and prestige, your miserly body will certainly dwindle and deteriorate like an old garment. He is called undisturbed who goes to an unknown remote place and freed from all obligations quits his material body when it has become useless. So please therefore leave for the north immediately without letting your relatives know, for soon that time will approach which will diminish the good qualities of men. So after hearing this, Vidura's whole talk, and then making him understand, look, your body is like at its last, and you're still, and Vidura was also realizing at that moment that, wow, you look how much attached, this material world can be, even after so much, you don't have enough to enjoy, like in terms of bodily, but like still he wants to just be present amongst his enemies, knowing that there's no, like, he's still so much attached to this kingdom, this wealth that he's always wanted, and he couldn't let go even after his whole family has passed away, and he's thinking, no, I like this, let me be here, let me continue to be here, but in the same time he's suffering because he knows that all the people that all the family he used to enjoy with, they're all gone. So just like that, it's amazing how, like, Vidura, being a Shudra, was so much, even though he fell down from his position as Yamraj, he still continued to, he learned his lesson, and he continued to pass that forward on, even to those that didn't want to listen to him. There was many times Vidura was trying to tell Dhritarashtra that you're doing the wrong thing, but still, Dhritarashtra still continued. But even then, even after denying what he has done, still Vidura says, no, you're doing it wrong. And so then Dhritarashtra comes to his realization, and he's like, okay, that's what I should do. So just going back, translation saying that persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Vidura is determined that Krishna is the only way, there is no other way. And we have to have that kind of determination. We have to be so determined that, even through all the struggles that, Krishna ends up putting on us, being his devotees, still we should know that Krishna is doing this for the best of us, for our needs, for our happiness, for the ultimate goal. And likewise, Vidura and Dhritarashtra, yes, those are great examples, but what about realistic, obviously that is realistic, but also what about examples that have recently happened, like Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, in his, after when he took sannyas, he gave up his whole life, all his wealth, everything, and he ended up, with nothing, just crying, but also happy that, wherever Krishna has brought him, it's like the best situation. 2 heart attacks in a ship, while like there's literally no one to really take care of him, but he took care of himself, and he never, and even this heart attack thing, he never really expressed it till like one of his disciples read it somewhere in his diary that, oh, even after these 2 heart attacks, Krishna, I still want to serve you. He could have said, Krishna, I'm already suffering so much, going through a ship, having hardly any food, and reaching to America with only $5 in hand. That's already suffering enough, but Srila Prabhupada doesn't say, oh no, I give up on you, Krishna, you're not helping me. He says, no, I will continue to help you, because he knows that is the only goal, that is the only route. And we have to have that kind of firm faith in ourselves, in Krishna, knowing that without him, there's no other option. There's no other way, no other way. Harinam, Harinam, Eva Kevalam. Harinam, 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 Eva Kevalam. Kalonaste, Vanaste, Vanaste, Katiranyatama. There's no way, but Krishna is the only way. There you go. I'll stick to that. But is there anything anyone wants to share? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Very good point. Srila Prabhupada mentions in his purport that association is the only way. Of course, we have service, but through that, to get inspiration for that service, we need to associate. We need to see others. That sometimes, as human beings, as materialistic people, we want to see examples of others, or the others are being happy in this in devotional service, right? If you don't see others being happy in devotional service, how would that inspire you to do devotional service? But when we see others doing devotional service, like Mataji's doing, making the garlands, and she's happy. So like that, if we see that happiness, then we'll think, okay, there's some sort of happiness there. There's some sort of wealth. There's some sort of wealth, because wealth is what makes us happy. So that wealth shows through that happiness, and from that, if we can notice and acknowledge those, then we can also understand, okay, there's some wealth in there. I want to dig it out. I want to have what they have, because we're all really seeking happiness at the end of the day. And if we can find that happiness, seeing that others are being happy through that, then we can surely be happy as well. But it requires that association, that constant touch of, that there is some wealth there. If we see, if we see materialistic people, we're like, oh, if someone's being sad, like next to a bridge or whatever it may be. If someone's sad, even with money, we see that, people say money makes me happy, but money can also make you sad, So it's so interesting how people say such things, and then you could see the alternative as well, But in devotional service, it's hard to see anyone being not happy. Everyone's really happy with the understanding of service, And when it comes to service, it's more of, I give and I don't take. There's nothing to take in service. So like, I'm taking something, I'm walking out with it. You're walking out with happiness. All these devotees that are happy with service is because they're walking out with happiness. That's what they want for themselves, And same way, when we give someone something, we're happy because we gifted them something. So that way, so the same way, we feel that kind of happiness when we give something back to God, because God has given us so much. So we should also give back in that same way, and that will also make us happy. There's a very beautiful verse. I want to share it. It's from Srimad Bhagavatam. It's Canto 7, Text 9, Chapter 9, Text 11. Naivatmana Prabhu ayam nija lava purno manam janat avidusha karuna vrinite jajjad jano bhagavate vidahita manam tacha atmane prati mukhasya jatha mukhasri. So the translation goes, the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always fully satisfied in himself. Therefore, when something is offered to him, the offering by the Lord's mercy is for the benefit of the devotee, for the Lord does not need service from anyone. So it's very beautiful. Like, we're offering the service to Krishna, thinking, I'm giving back to God. God has given me so much. I'm giving back to God. But also, but really that giving back is really for our benefit, for our happiness, for our, because Krishna wants to see us happy as well. And he knows that the only way we can be happy is by serving him. And from that service, which he doesn't need, but still the fact that, that we offer that little bit, it gives us happiness that way. Because there's nothing to take back. But when there's something to take back, sometimes this happens in relationships when it's like, oh, like someone says, oh, I love you, and the other person doesn't say I love you back, then we're thinking, oh no, why didn't you say it back? Why didn't you say it back? I said this, or I gave you this, you didn't give me that back. That happens very often. And that feeling is like, it's a lot of this material worldly thing. But when it comes to devotional service or love or bhakti, then it's different, because then it becomes, we understand that Krishna has given us so much. Now it's just a matter of how much we can give back to him. And through that we can be happy. Yes, please.
I was going to say that God doesn't rejoice by seeing us sad, so he wants our happiness. So we have to try to be very material thing, and we try to be nice to one another, and try to worship God, pray to Him, so we can live eternal life.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a very good point. he doesn't, he actually doesn't like us being sad, you know. Whatever situation he puts us, it may at that time may seem like it's we feel sad, but really, you know, like God is trying to get us back to him. Because what's the first thing that happens whenever, you know, something bad happens? Well, the first thing is, oh my God, you know, like we're like, oh God, you know, why this, why that? And then we start dwelling on him, we start thinking about him, and even though, like, I guess usually what happens is we start chastising, like, why'd you do this to me? But really, when we start appreciating him at that moment, you know, move our focus from that negativity to that positivity, then we'll realize that, yes, you know, he's done this for our own benefit and for our own happiness. Like, he doesn't want us to be sad. He wants more from us, but that more sometimes can be a bit tricky. It may seem like, oh, you know, this is not what I want, because we're so busy focused in, we want to fix our future the way our present situation is. But God wants to fix our present because he knows our future. Am I able to connect with that? Yes, thank you. That's a really nice point. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's a very good point, because and that's what I was told. A devotee asked me, he was like, you know, what do you do in times of when you don't feel like reaching out to God, when you don't feel that, you know, oh, I don't want to reach out to God because, you know, I feel so bad, like I'm so sad and whatnot. But during those moments, we have to reach out to those we need to associate with those that are already happy, you know. Then we can connect with them and we could tell them, hey, look, you know, this has happened to me, you know, like, and so they can shower us with that light, that vision that we require, you know. And so if when we see it through their eyes, then we see, okay, you know, there's more to this. This is not it. This is not the end. You know, this doesn't end here. There's more to it, and there's more down the line.
Also, a lot of people focus on one life, and we have to look at the bigger picture. We have to see what's coming on our next life. So we can, like, in this life, we are sinners. We try to get away from sin, so we can go there. So on our next life, we need to start focusing on that, so we can do better, like, be more holy, so we can serve God.
Yes, exactly. And so that's why, you know, like, even though, like, we are eternal souls, you know, we're souls of God. We're souls, we're souls connected to Krishna, God. And from that, you know, understanding that we should, you know, try to fix our lives at from this beyond, you know. And if we can start working on that, and it takes time. It takes quite some time to actually love God, to understand God, to understand more about him, because he is so inconceivable. But that even just like within just thinking for like 5 seconds, thinking, oh, you know, God is so wonderful, isn't enough sometimes. Sometimes we need that practice, that constant austereness, the austerity, the meditation, that it's required for us to, you know, connect with him. And we have to keep connecting with him. And at some point there will be a point where connecting with him isn't that difficult. It would just be one thought, and we'll be like, oh, you know, this is Krishna, this is God, you know, I believe in him, I trust him, you know, and from that, in that same way, we can, we have to surrender slowly, bit by bit, and then we can come to that point of steadiness of bhakti. And another thing is that we can, and from that the meditation, we can also have faith in him, grow that faith, right? That faith requires some growth, and there's no like complete, oh, you know, I'm completely surrendered. Like there's always a little bit left where there's always room for improvement, is what I'm trying to say, to grow in that love between Krishna and God, you know. And it requires a special kind of desire, some sincerity. You know, if we don't have that, then it becomes an issue, a conflict. But that's the thing, that's why we're all here. We're here because we're sincere. We're sincere devotees. We want that association. We want Krishna Bhakti. We want the love of Godhead. And without that, we understand that, we're lacking something. We'll always lack something if we don't have that love of Godhead. But that's why we're here. We're trying our best. Yes, exactly. There's always room for improvement, no doubt. I guess I'll end here. If there's any more questions, Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Tagore Premanande Hari Bol. Srimad Bhagavatam ki.
Adi Rajo Rachitanjalar Harim Vilokitam Nashakat Ashru Lochanaha Na Kinat Kinano Vacha Sa Bashpa Viklavo Hrido Bhaguyamom Adat Avashtitaha Sa'adi Rajo Rachita Anjali Harim Vilokitam Nashakat Ashulochana Nakinchano Vacha Sabashpa Viklavo Hrido Paguyamon Adad Avashtita Saha He Adi Raja, the original king. Rachita Anjali, with folded hands. Harim, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vilokitam, to look upon. Na, not. Ashakat, was able. Ashrulochanaha, his eyes full of tears. Na, not. Kinchana, anything. Uvacha, spoke. Sa, he. Bashpaviklavaha, his voice being choked up. Hridda, with his heart. Upaghuya, embracing. Amhum, the Lord. Adat, he remained. Avashtita, standing. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The original king, Maharaj Prithu, his eyes full of tears and his voice faltering and choked up, could neither see the Lord very distinctly nor speak to address the Lord in any way. He simply embraced the Lord within his heart and remained standing in that way with folded hands. Purport. Just as Krishna is addressed in the Brahma Samhita as Adi Purush, the original personality, so King Prithu, being an empowered incarnation of the Lord, is referred to in this verse as Adi Raja, the original or ideal king. He was a great devotee and at the same time a great hero who conquered over all undesirable elements in his kingdom. He was so powerful that he was equal in fighting to Indra, the king of heaven. He gave protection to his citizens, keeping them engaged in pious activities and devotion to the Lord. He did not collect a single cent of taxes from the citizens without being able to give them protection from all calamities. The greatest calamity in life is to become godless and therefore sinful. If the state head or king allows the citizens to become sinful by indulging in illicit sex life, intoxication, meat eating, and gambling, then the king is responsible, and he has to suffer the resultant sequence of reactions for the sinful lives of the citizens because he levies taxes on them unnecessarily. These are the principles for ruling power, and because Maharaj Prithu observed all the principles for a ruling chief, he is referred to here as Adi Raja. Even a responsible king like Maharaj Prithu can become a pure devotee of the first order. We can distinctly see from King Prithu's behavior how he became ecstatic, both externally and internally, in pure devotional service. Just today, we have seen in the newspapers of Bombay that the government is going to repeal its prohibition laws. Ever since Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, Bombay has been kept dry and has not allowed its citizens to drink. But unfortunately, the citizens are so clever that they have increased illicit distillation of liquor. And although not being sold publicly in shops, liquor is being sold in public laboratories and similar abnormal places. Unable to check such illicit smuggling, the government has decided to manufacture the liquor at cheaper prices so that people can have their supply of intoxication directly from the government instead of purchasing it in public laboratories. The government failed to change the hearts of the citizens from indulging in a sinful life, so instead of losing the taxes they collect to inflate the treasury, they have decided to manufacture liquor to supply the citizens who hanker after it. This kind of government cannot check the resultant actions of sinful life, namely war, pestilence, famine, earthquakes, and similar other disturbances. Nature's law is that as soon as there are discrepancies in regard to the law of God, which are described in the Bhagavad Gita as dharmasya glani, or disobedience to the laws of nature or God, at once there will be heavy punishment in the form of sudden outbreaks of war. We have recently experienced a war between India and Pakistan. Within 14 days there have been immense losses of men and money, and there have been disturbances to the entire world. These are the reactions of sinful life. The Krishna consciousness movement is meant to make people pure and perfect. If we become even partially pure, as described in the Bhagavatam, nasta prayeshu badreshu, by development of Krishna consciousness, then lust and greed, the material diseases of the citizens, will be reduced. This can be made possible simply by broadcasting the pure message of Srimad Bhagavatam, or Krishna consciousness. Big commercial and industrial firms have contributed many thousands of rupees to a defense fund that burns the money in the form of gunpowder. But unfortunately, if they are asked to contribute liberally to advance the Krishna consciousness movement, they are reluctant. Under the circumstances, the world will periodically suffer from such upsurges and outbreaks of war, which are the consequences of not being Krishna conscious. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jananjana Salakaya Chaksuramilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Si Chaitanya Manu Vistam Shtapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapandantikam. Here is the glory of the representative of God, Naradeva. He is a God incarnate within this world, that is the king or executive head of state. Persons who are so qualified are described. Evam parampara praptamimam rajarshiyu vidu. They are chosen by Krishna to be the recipients of this transcendental science, because they are responsible for everyone in their kingdom, everyone under their charge, everyone who has taken shelter, and they are meant to give real shelter. Real shelter is more than just an arrangement for maintaining the body. That type of shelter is provided by every type of species for its young or dependents. But the human being who gives shelter to other human beings is meant to give direction, how to receive protection from the onslaught of material nature. A great king is always merciful, just like Maharaj Parikshit, when he was approached by the personality of Kali. Because Kali surrendered unto him, so he gave the Kali some type of arrangement for his protection. So anyone who takes shelter of Krishna or Krishna's representative must be looked after very nicely by the Lord. Sometimes we see it's unfortunate that in the society of devotees, someone takes shelter of the spiritual master and is disappointed because under some cases the spiritual master is seen to have some difficulties. That has been the history, even recent history. But nevertheless, the principle remains that if you take shelter, then you must be given protection. So when we take shelter of Krishna's devotee, the purpose is to take shelter of Krishna. And Krishna never disappoints anyone, and ultimately will give all protection and mercy to such a surrendered soul. Prithu Maharaj was not an illicit king. He did not take unfair advantage of the surrender of another. We all have to be very careful in this regard, especially those who have assumed the responsibility of giving protection to others, whether they be the spiritual master, or whether they be the temple president, or whether they be the department head, or whether they be a husband, or whether they be a mother. Anyone who is given protection to dependents, those who depend upon one, must be very careful to be a transparent media. That means not to utilize one's position for one's own personal gain. That type of abominable behavior immediately means that one is caught up in the cycle of karma. As it is mentioned here, when the king would levy taxes, the reciprocation for such taxation was that the king had to give protection from all kinds of natural disturbances. In the Krishna book it is mentioned that during the reign of Maharaj Yudhisthira and his brothers, there was nothing which went wrong. Even the weather was in order. If the weather was out of order, then it meant that there was something illicit going on in the kingdom. And the king's business was to root out such illicit behavior, so that there was harmony, peace, prosperity, all the benefits of a godly kingdom. Because the king was ultimately supposed to direct the citizens on the path of religion. He has to do so by his example, and he has to do so by his words. We see, for example, the great personality of Lord Ramachandra and his father Maharaj Dasarath. They were perfect example of religion. Everyone in their kingdom was happy. And even recently we can say the people were more happy. But as time has progressed, people are becoming more and more dissatisfied. There is more and more dissatisfaction. Why? Because the heads of the world are godless. They're irreligious. They personally teach irreligiosity by their behavior. And therefore they are condemned by Scripture. They are condemned. They will suffer greatly. Everyone knows that when someone becomes the President of the United States, within 4 years, if you look at a photograph of that person, you will see so much karmic reaction written upon the person's face for all the sins which he has to accept from the citizens, because he's taxing the citizens, and he's maintaining himself, and he's maintaining his staff members on the hard-earned money of the citizens, which is earned by sinful means. Therefore, he has to assume their sinful reactions. And anybody who is in any position, whether guru, president, department head, father, mother, husband, you have to get the sinful reactions if you take service of any type from those under you. And you don't lead them back to Godhead. If you don't teach them Krishna consciousness, you get terrible results. You stop your advancement in spiritual life. So we must be very careful. We have to take responsibility. That is our duty. Everyone is enjoined to take some type of responsibility for Krishna. But then you have to be very pure. The only safeguard against wanting this type of sense gratification is to surrender unto Krishna. love of God. There is no other safeguard from Maya. You may make all kinds of arrangement. You can try by forcing austerities. You can try by pressing the yoga system, pressing your nose this way and that. You can try by studying again and again the scriptures. But until and unless you have developed love for Krishna, there's no safeguard against Maya. Unless you are fixed up in your relationship with Krishna, Maya can catch you. Therefore, we should be always shooting for that goal. We should always realize that the safety from Maya will be in devotional service to Krishna. Even if we have not yet developed the love for Krishna, if we're on the path towards developing that love, we're protected. Therefore, one must very carefully and rigidly follow the path of sadhana bhakti. That is the beginning. Unless one is strict in his sadhana, he cannot experience relief from the pangs of material existence. Strictness in sadhana should always be maintained at all costs. Then gradually, your love for Krishna will develop. Just like Maharaj Prithu is described, full of tears, his voice faltering and choked up. He could neither see the Lord very distinctly nor speak to address the Lord in any way. This is ecstasy, is feeling bhava, transcendental love for Krishna, for Vishnu. So, he's the example that we can all follow. Maharaj Prithu is described as a great hero. We can follow this example. These are different symptoms, as we were hearing yesterday, Astak Sattvika Bhava, the 8 different symptoms of transcendental ecstasy, which manifest upon the body of a pure devotee. So we should understand what the method is for attainment. First of all, you have to purify your heart. And that will be done through the chanting of Hare Krishna, sincerely, and all of the other principles of devotional life. Prabhupada, in this purport, blasts the modern government and its leaders as being highly unqualified persons. This is the sorry state of the world today. The government is in the hands of rascals all over the world. People who are simply increasing the misery of the citizens. So it is the job of the Krishna consciousness movement to spread this transcendental knowledge very vigorously. It is the job of every devotee here to inform the public that they're getting cheated. We have to teach them what the real standard is, what real government is. By distributing these books, they will read about Maharaj Yudhisthira, Maharaj Parikshit, Lord Ramachandra. Let them come to understand what real Krishna conscious government can be. And let them see it expressed, at least in a small way, within our communities. Our communities should be organized so first class that people get an idea of what was there in Vedic times. Prabhupada said our temples are not under the influence of the Kali Yuga. That means you have to keep sin out of the temples. It's the job of the temple authorities to always be vigilant at every moment to see that Kali does not enter into our temples. That means no lust, no greed. These temples are supposed to be in the mode of pure goodness, so that there's no impurity. Otherwise, even a temple can become impure. It's not that because the deity is installed that it cannot become contaminated. The temple cannot become contaminated. It can be, if the consciousness of the devotees is contaminated. So it's the job of those who are in charge to push everyone to the maximum degree to be Krishna conscious, both in their personal habits as well as in their inactivities. Everyone should be fully engaged under the order of the spiritual master, so that there's no time for Maya. And then you won't have this kind of disturbance as Prabhupada is describing here. War, pestilence, disease, earthquakes. Now the world is constantly facing these kinds of problems. War, there's been no year where there wasn't some conflict between nations. Since so many years, decades, Every single year there's another type of war or strife somewhere. There's disease, epidemic diseases, drought, starvation, earthquakes. Just open the papers and you read about it every year. Constantly these things are going on. Why? Because of the sins of the people. These are national karmic reactions, international karmic reactions to compounded sin. So our movement is the only thing that can rectify this situation. That is why we are imploring everyone to go out and preach, not just to become satisfied with your own 16 rounds. Do something to change the world. That will more advance you, more attract Lord Chaitanya's mercy upon you. We should act in such a way that Krishna will be attracted. How will you attract Krishna? If you take responsibility to do some preaching. This example that's Prabhupada set of a preacher vigorously traveling and preaching. So even if you cannot travel, you can travel all over Dallas, Fort Worth, and the surrounding areas. But get off your backside and get out of this, Radha Kalachandji compound and go out and preach. Don't just sit around saying, I finished my rounds, I have my duty, I have my department, I'm in my department, I did my 8 hours, it's finished. That's nonsense. That's not your duty. That in itself is not enough. If you all do your duties but the world is going to hell, then you didn't do your duty. Everybody is very complacent. I chanted my 16 rounds, I followed the 4 principles, and I did my 8 hours. Don't bother me. That's not a very advanced sign, if that's your mentality. Prahlad Maharaj was perfect, and his perfection was that he said that even though I have no aspiration personally, I cannot be peaceful, I cannot be satisfied so long as there's one soul left in this world that's conditioned. And we're sitting in a city where everybody's conditioned. And how little we do. 2 books, 3 books, 2 magazines, 4 magazines. How pathetic. It is pathetic. It is so pathetic. Everybody is so complacent. Pathetic temple. Filled with the most pathetic persons who are simply satisfied to chant 16 rounds, follow the 4 principles, and do 8 hours of service in their department. Let us see how many people can go out an extra hour or 2 and distribute not 2 or 3 books, 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 books. Where is the Harinam party? It never goes out. Book distribution doesn't go out. You go to a Sunday feast, it's the same faces because no one goes out to invite new people. And there are so many people who will take the spiritual life if we would just get off our backsides and go out and preach. Everybody's simply thinking, how can I get a nice family life? I get my house, fix it up, keep it warm, and stay warm inside. And do my service 9 to 5. Well, that's not the real nectar. That is not the highest taste. I can tell you that. I listened to a tape and Prabhupada said, every man must take sannyas. Now how do you think, all of you men, that you're going to ever take sannyas if you don't start to preach now? You're so attached, how are you ever going to take sannyas? You're so attached to just keeping a nice, regulated life without pushing yourself very much. How are you going to take sannyas when you get to be 50? You think that you're suddenly going to develop the ability to go out and be renounced? I don't think so. You think that just because you lose attraction to your wife, that's sannyas? That's not sannyas. Sannyas means preaching. And if you don't start preaching, if you don't practice preaching, you'll never be able to do it. You'll just rot in householder life. Most pathetic. Prabhupada was very clear. I heard this tape. He said, every man must take sannyas. So where is the preparation for that sannyas? And every woman must be strong enough that when the husband takes sannyas, they're fixed in Krishna service. Not that they could desperately cling to their husbands, no, don't leave me, don't leave me. Well, everybody's going to leave everybody else, because everybody's going to die one of these days. So you better be very, very attached to Radha Kalachandji's lotus feet. You better have Krishna very strongly fixed in your heart, because everyone has to go one of these days. And sannyas is a reminder of that fact. When you take sannyas, you know, because I'm going to have to die anyway. So let me die socially, willfully, voluntarily I will die socially. That's sannyas. Social suicide, Prabhupada called it. You cut off your social life and you go out and spread Krishna's message. And you find that you have Krishna in your heart. That's how you find Krishna in your heart. The more you take risk, the more you make sacrifice for Krishna, the more Krishna will appear to you. So whether it's a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. Every one of us has individual way to sacrifice for spreading this movement. Then the movement will spread. It cannot spread in the present context. Under the present circumstances, this movement cannot spread. It does not only doesn't it spread, it doesn't even maintain. Because unless you're spreading it, unless you expand it, it will decrease. You cannot maintain this movement just by trying to maintain. And that, unfortunately, is the mentality here, maintenance. Very few people here are pushing themselves to the point where they go out and preach. People are working more than 8 hours, but very few people preach. Well, preaching is the real business of all of the devotees. And if there would be more preaching, the maintenance would become much easier. So if you got to do your maintenance for 8 hours, do it. But then go out and preach a few hours. Sleep less, eat less, if that's what it has to take. But everybody should get out of here and preach. Then you'll start to see people take interest in Krishna consciousness. And if there's no people in this city that are interested, good, then we will go to other cities. We don't have to all be stuck up here in Dallas. It's not the only city in the state of Texas. There's plenty of cities that have no devotees at all. So if you say that you can't find any receptive people, then please go and start a temple in another city. But let us see some real preaching spirit, just like there was when Prabhupada started this movement. If we're going to get back to the basics, just like we are trying to do here in this regard, now let's do it in all the regards. This is only one thing. This is just the external, sitting down on this Vyasa-san down here instead of up there. But since we're going to get back to Prabhupada's mood, then let's really get back to Prabhupada's mood. Let's see you get to the preaching mood now. Let's see that happen. Not that we only want to adjust certain external types of worship procedures. Let's also adjust the preaching mood also. And then the whole adjustment is proper. Then we bring Prabhupada into the center. Prabhupada doesn't just come into the center through adjustment of worship procedures. Prabhupada will only come into the center when we actually start preaching this movement very vigorously. Because when Prabhupada was present, everybody had this preaching mood. There wasn't the person around who didn't have that mood of sacrificing to push Krishna consciousness. So let us all start to see that mood develop. Not these little results, 2 books, 3 books, this and that. You know, frankly, it's a bit embarrassing. It's quite embarrassing. I just think that most of you don't travel, otherwise you would also be embarrassed. Because if you traveled, you would understand how little the preaching is being pushed here. And if it's being pushed very little in other places, that's 2 wrongs don't make a right. This movement is ready to go forward, but we have to push it. Just like we say, you know, the body doesn't go without the soul pushing. The machine doesn't move without a person in it. Well, this movement won't move forward without preachers. So I wonder how many of you consider yourselves preachers. That's what I wonder. You all got your plans, in 20 years I'll start preaching. Why isn't it everyone doesn't first of all consider themselves a preacher? That's the first way to think of yourself, that you're a preacher. And in order to make the preaching movement successful, I'm a cook, I'm a pujari, I'm an accountant, I'm a manager, whatever you are. But Prabhupada said we're trying to train Brahmins. This world needs Brahmins. Brahmins preach, they teach. And now we read about this, Prithu Maharaj, but everybody was Krishna conscious in those days, practically. That's the benefit. Everybody was already, but nobody even knows what Krishna consciousness is. Just as said, he went to, or Madhava Priya said that the children don't even, some of them, they only heard about Krishna consciousness in their history books. They only heard of the Hare Krishna movement in their history books. Some people never even heard of this movement, and they live in this city. So I think that we need to increase the volume of the kirtan. Are there any questions or comments?
You were talking about preaching, how Krishna consciousness based on preaching. It's very encouraging. I was remembering Srila Prabhupada once in Janmashtami in Vrindavan. We had a nice festival decorated very nicely for him for Janmashtami and Vyasa Puja. That time Srila Prabhupada mentioned there's a saying in Bengali, 30 days, 40 festivals. Otherwise, you make it very nice, the temple always preaching atmosphere by having a lot of festivals, kirtans, prasadam. They encourage the devotees to do a lot of preaching by arranging a lot of festivities. So, I was just thinking that kind of lacking.
Another comment or question?
During the marathon, should the Sanctum devotees also go out an hour every day? Or should we wait till after the marathon?
Trust no future. We've been waiting for 10 years here. One marathon after another. Till one day it's going to happen. When is that one day going to come?
In the last decade, when we preached, a lot of us were much younger, and we were like, in one sense, enthusiastic but not very tactful. Is it?
Now we're tactful and not enthusiastic.
Should we try to set up programs that may start small but look towards the future as they grow, because they may...
Yeah, any program that pushes this movement, it can be small and build up to big, that's fine. I just say that when you analyze the number of people in this community and how much preaching is going on, it's very, very small. And it's not because there's no time. It's because the desire is not strong enough. Time is there in everyone's life. There are many people here with the time to preach.
One devotee, Jivananda, was actually asking me yesterday whether or not it might be worth going out to the airports again if we set up a table and did it very professionally.
There are so many ways that one can preach. I'm just saying that first of all, there's thinking, feeling, willing, and acting. If you get the thought in your mind, and you feel the intensity, one should be impressed by the intense desire of the spiritual master. So practically, most of you here are either Prabhupada's disciple or my disciple. So Prabhupada had the greatest intense desire that everyone should preach. And whatever I could understand from Prabhupada, I have some desire that everyone should preach. So if one has some feeling of desire to satisfy the Guru, then they should want to go out and preach. There has to be some effort made in terms of time. People have time, but they waste time. There's very few people here that can legitimately show that they do not have a moment free. There's only a handful of people who are so engaged. Most people are not so engaged, but they know how to look engaged. Of course, this may just be another blast without any result anyway. That's my feeling, that there is an ample chance to preach if one wants it. There's no doubt that this community has a lot of stability, but it also has a lot of, inertia. Whatever it has positively in stability, it also has in inertia. Someone was saying it would take Jayanti said it would take an atom bomb to make this community budge. She was just saying, nothing can shake this community. She said it would take a few atom bombs. So that's good. In one sense, it shows that there's stability. And that is good. I'm not minimizing that. But that alone is not enough. There has to be a preaching mood. And their preaching mood means get hold of some people and start to cultivate them in their homes. This is the real way that our movement is going to grow. Get names, go out and distribute small books, get people's names, follow them up. You should be just ready to go. When you have a day off, you should be thinking, I can try and see 3 or 4 people on this day. I bet everybody had a day off here in the last week, and I think that probably hardly any of you did that. Hardly anyone took that day off as an opportunity to visit 3 or 4 people. That's what I'm talking about. That's what the proof of your intense desire for spreading Krishna consciousness. And your problems will become solved. Everybody has their problems, but you'd be surprised. When you finish a few hours of preaching, you don't remember what your problems are. You're realizing there's a much higher experience than all of these seeming problems are.
Maya makes us think that actually, what's the use of preaching? Because nobody's going to be interested. But if one can overcome that by proper intelligence of hearing from Srila Prabhupada's books, then we'll be amazed to see that actually people are very attracted to this philosophy.
Yeah, the number one example is oneself. How did we get here if we weren't attracted by preaching? I don't think most people joined this movement because of the stability it offered. If they there's a lot, if they did, I'd like them. Pretty unusual person. I mean, the only thing that made us join this movement was because of its revolutionary nature. Either the philosophy was revolutionary or some part of it is unique and dynamic. We didn't join just for a stable life. And it doesn't give that. Everybody has seen that. That was seen. Instead of trying to create some stability in your life, take it for granted. We are in a war with Maya. Actual fact is that we may want to try and create a certain amount of stability, but it's mainly just to organize ourselves for preaching more. That's the mistake that we're making. We think that the purpose of creating stability is so that we can be, very placid and just, peaceful so you can get good rest. But the purpose of creating stability is so that we can have a well-tuned organization to preach with. We're not trying to create the stability of what is that called? We're trying to create the stability of an army. That's my point of it. Armed forces, not the stability of civilian life. That's the mistake in this community. People in this community want the stability of civilian life. But actually, we are not meant to have the stability of civilian life. We're meant to be in the armed forces. We're supposed to be the Brahmins. We're the armed forces. We're supposed to be the ones who go out and teach and preach. There's very few of us. Civilians are the rest of the population. But you're all saying, well, I joined, but I've done my stint in the armed forces, my first 2 years. Now I want to become a civilian. That's the real problem. That your material desires have loomed up and now you all want to become civilians instead of remaining in Krishna's army as Krishna's soldier. And then you have to... Civilian life is boring. Anyway, this lecture today is a recruitment lecture. I'm recruiting persons who want to be Krishna's soldiers and who are not interested in being civilians. Another comment or question? Anybody else? Anybody?
I make a comment, there's a lot of opportunity in the restaurant. I keep saying it over and over and over and over and over again, but every evening...
Say it again.
Every evening, nobody comes to give tours. And over the weekend, I was the only one giving tours, and I met some very, very nice people. And it's just a little bit... I feel bad that nobody wants to come and preach in the evening.
Why do we build this temple? You can understand that the devotees in this community tell you that this temple is meant for us only. For our own. I'm so happy. It's such a beautiful temple. Nobody's thinking that this temple has preaching purpose behind it. People are coming in here and they wander around alone with no one to give them tours. And I guarantee you that same evening you could have gone into everyone's home, people sitting, finishing their rounds, talking with their husbands, wives, maybe who knows what else. It's not that they couldn't come in here. And the people came in here, lost conditioned souls, wandering around, trying to make some meaning out of all of these pictures and the deities, not understanding fully, no one to lead them, and then they wander out again into the material world lost. And you got your rounds done, Hare Krishna. And you got a nice dinner, Hare Krishna. Alright, I hope I didn't offend anybody. I hope you don't think that I give you a big couple of subjects before I start plastics. Criticize me and say to the rest. I covered it as one wants to listen to faith, they'll find out I covered all topics. And then with plenty of time instead, I just spoke on some other points of realization. All glory to Sri Guru and all
निधि वीर धीर जन प्रिय सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करो विचारणैकनिपुना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्न शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्न शरण्य चैतन्य कृपा परौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्न शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्न शरणाकर Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padaravindav Bhajanamritav Radha Krishna Padaravindav भजना नंदे नमत्तालिकर वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगल कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेमा मने धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रेमा श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातन सदस्ये धनपाद पतले कारिंदी मणि वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई दुर्बलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुफलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन दान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मणिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव हर वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन जगजुग दया कर सीतापति कृपा बोले पई तब कृपा बोले दया अगसीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मितई गाजकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मितई सनातन नरोत्तमा सनातन रूप रघुनाथ